And the microphone is on. Wow, I've been just going crazy here trying to keep up. Welcome everyone, glad to have you all on board. I'm your host DrFox2000 and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. And yep, a little slow getting going. Lots of traffic on the way back here, so it is one of those days. I guess Tuesday, June the 6th of 2023. Tuesdays are always a busy day everywhere for everyone for some reason. They say it's one of the most productive days of the week for a majority of people out there. So, especially companies, and that is awesome. And somebody is asking, how is Miss Piggy? Well, Miss Piggy is officially got another reaction to the new medication, the pain medication they gave her. So I don't have any updates after that. She was okay this morning, but some kind of a reaction now. So they have to find her some different pain meds again. And today is the 111th anniversary of Katmai, or the massive eruption of Mount Katmai in Alaska. Irish Monk, I think, was there. He would be celebrating this day, and that is very likely. And anyway, let's get at things though. Without further ado, cookies and the bones go out to Tom and Pepper today. Congratulations, Tom and Pepper, for being first. And that is all cool. So that is what Pepper gave bones to all. Dad won't share his cookies. That figures. That figures. The Monkus has reclaimed me. New budget. Irish Monk. I seen that in the other channel. That is awesome that she has reclaimed you. And hopefully everything will go fantastic there. And thank you very kindly for the super chat there. And nice to see. That is very, very awesome that you are getting back together there. So that is really actually good news for you, and happy to see that. Let's see. Let's get out saying hello to everyone first before we get on with things. We'll start out by saying hi to Kate and Sophie and Mars 2028. Henry Nelson and Sue Hayes and Diane, and did we say Sophie already? Yeah, we did. Sasha as well, and our wonderful Irish Monk, and Tom and Pepper are here as well. Hank is in the channel, Diane also here, welcome. And now we start seeing some repeats of names. We got Kate, we got Diane, okay. Gaines is here, welcome Gaines, good to see you. And going up the list now, looking for more, like One Fish 26. Welcome back. And let's see who else we got. Michael Olson also in the chat. Welcome. We got One Fish already. Okay, scrolling upward, looking for more wonderful names. And yeah, it was a pretty busy drive back. I was out in Camrose, Alberta. And traffic actually was pretty heavy coming back. Still scrolling up here looking for others. We got Sasha, yep. Who else we got in here that I missed so far? Let's see. We got Kate, we got Henry. Judy M is here. Welcome, Judy. Good to have you back on board. And let's see, who else we got in here? Still scrolling up looking for those wonderful people, and I'm all the way to the top. I don't see any others, so that is all good. Oh, there's Sharon Stewart saying hi, Doc and all. All right, welcome, Sharon. And let's let's see, did I miss anyone else on the bottom here? Yona is here. Welcome, Yona. Good to have you on board. Yona from Iceland. And let's see, did I miss anyone else? I don't think so. I think we're good for names. In case I did not say your name, don't be offended. I try to say hi to everyone. Just speak up. I know there's some people in the Lurkers Lounge hiding. They grab a cookie and run, that kind of thing. So I don't necessarily see everyone, but I hope we've got most of you in there and that everyone will be happy. Let's get at things though, and we will start out with our yeah, Michael grabs a cookie and runs. Yeah, grab a whole stack there, Michael. It's okay. I don't mind that. That's what they're there for, after all. Anyway, let's park our canned lava and we'll get at our wonderful stuff, and we'll go from there. So let's hide that. Oop. I knew I didn't check everything. Let me get rid of that and fix this. I did have to reboot last night, and I went through all my stuff, and I thought I had everyone fixed up except for this particular screen. So let me get that fixed up real quick. And this is, of course, our wonderful Kilauea, well, Helemaumau crater, and that is there in Hawaii. That's live, and as you can see, it looks pretty much the same as it did yesterday. Nothing new, still smoking in all the same spots, including this little one over here. And I haven't seen anything different from it. Quick peek at the shots from during the night. We are still seeing, this is from the south side there, are still seeing the luminescence down in front, and of course a few other little spots that are glowing, and this guy over here as well. That's our hot spot there that shows up on the thermal. Let's refresh that one so you can get a better idea of where that picture is actually taking place. So yeah, that hot spot is over there somewhere, and a southeast lava pond, and that is your central vent. Right in the middle there, and those glow spots down here on the south side, west a lava pond with the north leg of it smoking like crazy, and of course the old west vent. That's what we've got. It hasn't really changed any, so we'll leave it there. We'll pop over to the next shot. Unfortunately, from the B1 camera at 2:08 a.m. it's not very light, even with the moonlight out there. Let's refresh that and look at it. And now, there we go. All right, so, yep, still there, hasn't changed. And we'll leave that be, smoking from all the same places. Let's have a quick peek at the thermal. And this, of course, was from 2 a.m. And really nothing new there. I'm going to refresh it just to take a look and see if there may have been something new. There's that glow spot, and no, really nothing new on here whatsoever. Still the southeast lava pond, the west vent being in this location. You can kind of make out the west lava pond and that northern leg on it. I'm surprised we don't see any glow coming out of that spot. I wish we could, but anyway, that's what we've got going on there. Nothing really crazy. Bill Kimmel is on board. Welcome, Bill, and good to have you here. We'll leave this wonderful place be. Let's go to Iceland. Let's see what's happening in Iceland. What's new? We should ask Yona if maybe Yona knows. And off to Iceland we go. There we go, and that's pretty quick travel from Hawaii to Iceland in less than a second. And yeah, I don't want to tell you how fast that is because that's well beyond the speed limit. Anyway, It is 11:29 in the evening there. Still very, very light. I'm surprised. Well, not really. Land of the midnight sun, almost. And we can see the cloud layer pretty level at the top end there, and kind of holding its own. If we go back a bunch of hours, let's go back about 9 hours and see what it looked like. And there it is. It looks like a little bit of rain over here on the mountains. Trees in the foreground doing beautiful, getting bigger leaves and all that nice stuff. This, of course, coming from the Perlin Center. This is the capital city of Reykjavik, and it is gorgeous there in the summertime. Well, maybe in the wintertime too, but I've never been there in the wintertime, so we'll leave that alone. Let's go to our next shot, which will be off on the left-hand side here, and that is our regional airport. And there we go. You can see the local airport, and a nice visibility all the way out to Kilauea. We can see it there without any problems, and that is pretty awesome. Let's back that up about 9 hours so we get a fair assessment of what the day was looking like on two different views. And yeah, it wasn't too bad here too. A little bit fuzzier in the distance, but still a relatively not bad day. So let's keep going, and we'll put this one back to live, make it smaller. I forgot to put the other one back to live too. We'll fix that up real quick. There we go. And a much better view today from the Reykjanes camera, Reykjanes Peninsula, down near the lighthouse. And of course you can see the steam geyser doing its steamy things, and the regional power plant there using steam to run some clean energy, which is awesome. And you can also see the other power plant over by the Blue Lagoon in the background here steaming away, and the top of Ragnar right there. That is awesome. And you can also see one of the lights of the towers, and there's one of the towers there. And of course, hard to see though, the town of Grindavik, which is hiding behind all that steam slash smoke. So yeah, pretty good view right now. Let's go back about 9 hours, take a look at what it looked like then, and we'll go from there. And yep, actually not bad at all for about the same. You can see the town of Grindavik a little bit better, but still reasonable, and not bad weather. So who's got a 1,000,000%? Oh, hang on, is that yeah, 100,000,000% humidity? That sounds like a lot of water there. Irish monk. Anyway, that is a not bad shot. Let's leave, well, we'll put it back to regular time. This is live, of course. We'll make that one smaller, go to the next view, and that is kind of nice. That is a Katla hiding underneath that big pile of ice and snow over here. So the volcano Katla, of course, there, and a beautiful, beautiful sunset there. That is awesome. I like that. If we go back a little bit just to see a little bit more of that nice color, and we'll see what we've got. Yeah, that is actually a really, really nice sunset tonight there at Katla. So really good. Let's go back about 9 hours or so, and we'll see what it looked like during the day. And yep, a little bit of cloud on top of our ice mounds, but a beautiful day in general. We can definitely see the water has retreated quite a bit here, drying up, and beautiful out there. So definitely a picturesque scene today. Let's take a look at one more camera that we've got. Of course, we're going to make this one smaller again, and we'll go to this next shot. And why is, oh, I have to bring that down a bit. There we go. Oh, just about. And we see an airplane flying. Anyway, there's Katla. That is wonderful, and you can see some of the sunset colors still in this shot as well. So, pretty awesome. Anyway, that is our wonderful Iceland right now. Let's get over. DC is getting the smoke, Canada smoke. Wow. Yeah, actually, who was it? Somebody sent me some pictures of the smoke. It was Scott sent me some pictures of smoke. I don't have time to load them yet, but yeah, it looks pretty thick there as far as I can see. And we'll maybe see if we got a time later in the show to load those up. Indianapolis has haze from the Canadian smoke. Yeah, that's all coming from Quebec though. So blame it on the Quebec the smoke. Don't blame it on the Alberta smoke. Ours is going north. and that's the story I'm sticking to. Let's put this back over here. We'll make that into the right spot. And next one on the list, of course, is something I haven't studied today yet. And that, of course, is our Fragile harmonic tremor charts. Rumble charts, as we call them. So let's take a look here. And I have not had an opportunity to take a look. There's a fire of west of Ottawa in Ontario too. Ah, okay. Well, I know there's in total there are 64 fires burning here in Alberta. A majority of them are in the far, far north, and that's what's happening from Alberta. Most of that smoke is going up into the Northwest Territories. So in a way I'm happy about that, but in a way I'm sad because hey, they're all burning and hardly anybody is taking care of things up there. Anyway, looking at our chart here for Fragile, if you haven't followed along, you can type in Rumble chart to get this particular chart or a set of charts. And we can see we had the magmatic frequency dipping down just slightly, but not by much. And then our green one, which is our seismicity, it is basically doing what it should, really kind of following along with our magmatic one, and not, showing anything too crazy. It kind of went down a little bit, came back up, kind of leveled off with it. So for me, I'm thinking, hey, tectonic movement, but you never know. Speaking of tectonic, we see a lot of earthquakes in here, all these spikes, and that is something that is going on there. We'll have to find out where that is. As I mentioned, I haven't had the opportunity to even look at this chart, never mind the earthquake map. Kim Raudenbush, welcome, and let's go up, have a quick peek at Askja, which is kind of our centrally located volcano. And there it did go up a little bit and dropped right back down to lower than where it started, and that is kind of where it's staying put. Looking at our seismicity, the green line got awful thin in here for some reason and has dipped way down. I'm not sure what the heck is going on. We're not seeing too many spikes in here. I thought we'd see a few more in this area, but obviously not. And the blue, of course, is our tectonic movement. Minimal, very low movement there. So let's carry on. We'll go to our next one. That'll be the furthest northern point, and that'll be out on the island of Grimsey. And we'll see what its chart is saying. Well, it dipped a bit, and as far as the purple, kept pretty much steady, and then increased near the end of the day, and then dropped back off slightly. And looks like almost identical for our seismicity. So magmatic and seismicity are doing about the same thing. And actually, when we look at the attitude, or whatever you want to call it, of our tectonic movement, it's kind of reflects almost what's happening there. We do see a little bit of an uptick there, and the drop at the end is kind of consistent with all three. Likely tectonic movement has caused that. Anybody got spaghetti? Yeah, I got some spaghetti in the cupboard if you want to cook some there. I'll email it to you there, Kim, when I get a chance. Anyway, looking at the Grindavik chart, who's having a power nap? Grimsey is taking a nap. Yeah, literally a power nap is right. It's trying to calm itself down. Anyway, we do see of course, Grindavik to the southwest of Eruption. We do see those spikes in there, and it looks like it had a lot more tectonic activity. Looking at the blue, the green and the purple, of course. Purple is magmatic, green is more for the seismicity. But they always all work in conjunction to a degree, just so we don't, point at one and say that's what it is, that's what this one is, and that's in general terms, right? But that is what we're seeing, a lot more tectonic movement. So something is shaking down there, and we'll find out what it is shortly. Let's have a look at the one from Kristevik, which is, of course, to the northeast of Eruption, and that will help out. Where is Kristevik? There it is. Okay, so Kristevik's chart is showing some of those spikes as well. The magmatic and seismic seem to be about the same. Nothing too crazy going on, same as Eruption, that is. But we are still seeing quite a bit of quake activity, even in this one. A little less as far as the actual dimension of what we're seeing here. Remember, on the Grindavik chart, it was a big block of blue in here. So something is happening a little further south. Griffin McGrath, McGrath. Oh, sorry if I butchered it. Hi everyone, I stop once in a while to keep up. Don't chat much anymore. I wanted to see who of you were here from beginning in Iceland. And I was on one of the very first ever live streams. Gavin, well, first off, welcome back. And yep, there are quite a few of us still in here from the early days, and we enjoy it. And we keep our fingers crossed, hoping we're going to see more activity in Iceland. So hopefully that will happen. Anyway, let me get... Oh, there's 2 pineapples. Let me get this thing back up to Eruption, and then we want to get at those earthquakes, because I'm dying to find out where they are. And let's see if we can scoot up real quick. And just about there. Oh, I passed it. Darn it, I'm too busy yakking. There we go. There's Eruption. Of course, we call that home, right? Sophie says, I'm stuck in here. Sophie, yes, you are. And 2 pineapples. I hope you are having a wonderful day. Let's take a look at our earthquakes. So appears to be 65 quakes from the last 24 hours. I don't know why that lit up. And we are still seeing quite a bit of batching up here, or swarming, if you want to call it that. And that is interesting. That's up by Grimsey. And of course we see another fairly good sized one out here in the water from it's 3.05, 15.7 kilometers down for that one, though, from 3:17 this morning. The other one beside it looks like it had Oh, I'm trying to do two at the same time here, not working. There's actually three there. There's the one, here's the other one. It's a 1.11, 9.9 kilometers. You might as well say 10 kilometers down. 320 this morning for that guy. And a 0.9, 400 meters down. A lot different. The other ones are quite deep. 3:21 a.m. for that guy. So makes you wonder what the heck is going on. Anyway, we will zoom in here to the Reykjanes Peninsula. For those who are not quite familiar with it, this is the capital city of Reykjavik. And then, of course, over here is Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jardvik. And then we go over and take a look and see Grindavik down here. And the lovely Blue Lagoon over here. And we can see that, and the power plant right beside it. And, of course, Highway 43. The infamous highway that goes out into Grindavik, and then you go on 427 to get out to our wonderful Fagradalfjall area. Anyway, let's take a look here, though, get some of these. This one down near the lighthouse. This is 3 minutes after midnight, a 0.49, 6.1 kilometers down, and that is what we got there. And the next one over a little closer to the Blue Lagoon, and we see it's very small though, 0.12, 5 kilometers down, 7:16 was the time on it. And then of course I want to just zoom out one shot here. This is the outline for our Fagradalfjall, and Fagradalfjall of course is our wonderful Ragnar and Siggy zone. So there's Ragnar's location, and that is the Siggy Fissure. And wow, Sharon, threw in a 10-pack of memberships. That is awesome. Sharon Stewart, I'm writing that down. Stewart, there we go, gifted a 10. That is incredible. So Trek 15 and Charlotte and Cynthia and Greg Ryan, Mark Gange, Mars was already in there. Let's see, I moved too far here. Richard Lapointe, Karen, Ray Jensen, Ramona Gray, Tony Flabby. I haven't seen Tony for a little while, but congratulations to all those people who got the gifts, and thank you very kindly, Sharon Stewart, for throwing that in. That was an awesome shot, and we'll keep going with our earthquake zone, because that is what we're here to do. Before we get too carried away, I'm going to grab these top ones. This is the 0.24. and 4.9 kilometers down, 205 this morning. The other one very close to the Siggy Fissure, 0.06, 4.6 kilometers down, 235 this morning. And nothing right around Fagradalfjall here, but you know, something could happen. Anyway, not too far away from the highway, and we have a whole bunch. Let's start out with this 0.37, 2.5 kilometers down from 2:47 in the morning. Then we've got a 0.12, 135 meters down, and that is a kind of a shallow. 4:51 a.m. for him. Another one at 4:51, a 0.77, a 1.2 kilometers down. Then we've got a 1.54, 2.4 clicks down from a 4:26. Then a 0.94, 4.2 kilometers down, 4:27 this morning. A 1.16 from 2.3 kilometers down, 1:52 a.m. 0.92 is 1.7 kilometers down, 4:52 this morning. And at 1:23 we had a 1.55 in magnitude, 3.4 kilometers down. So again, right in that same area that we had before. And of course this is not Haggy over here, this is not Creaky area. And of course I've driven by that area, so As I mentioned yesterday, we had a lot of quakes there as well. If there is an eruption right in here, it may flow this way, but may come back out to the lower lands over here and flow that way. It certainly won't flow across here unless it erupts right on top of it. This is a fairly tall hill, if you want to call it that. It is an old volcano, so that is what we got going on there. Anyway, let's carry on here, and we'll see what some of these other quakes are doing. 0.68, 2.7 kilometers down, and that is from 1444. This one is from 528 to 0.78, 4.7 kilometers down. This one is a 1.59, 5.1 kilometers down, and 1435 is the time. 1438 we had a 0.99, 4.7 kilometers down. And for those people kind of wondering, this is Krasovik over here. And there we go, 0.51, 6.6 kilometers down, 1459. And at 1435 we had a 0.85, 7.4 kilometers down. Next is a 0.25, 5 kilometers down, 1237. On the east side of the lake, we've got 1621, we had a 0.3, 6.8 kilometers down, then a 0, 7.2 kilometers down, and that's from 1708, 0.4 from 1656, 7.5 kilometers down, and a 1.2, 8.3 kilometers down, 1615, and a 0.51 from 5:52 a.m., 6 kilometers down for him. Let's carry on and find these others. A 0, 5.1 clicks down, 2338 is that one, and this is a 0.2, and that is a 3.4 kilometers down, 1959. Moving over a little bit more, we see, what is it, just 2? Yeah, a 2 there. 1424, 0.16 in magnitude, 904 meters down. The other one is a 0.1, and that is 5.2 kilometers down from 1847. And let's, hey, Jane Mary is here. Welcome, Jane. This one, 2.07, 6.7 kilometers down, 136 this morning for that guy. And then a 0.08, very small, 7.7 kilometers down from 329. And let's see, that's that one. What's the other one? Are they both? No, this is a 1.2, sorry, 0.26, 7.5 kilometers down from 336. And there we go, got that one. Moving over a little bit more, we already got these guys down here. So this is Hekla over here, and we do have a few. This one is from 1:12 a.m., 0.54, 7.9 clicks down. Next one, a 0.21, 11 kilometers down from 2:09 this morning, and a 0.8, 3.9 kilometers down, 17:13 is the time on it. And let's grab these other ones here. We got a 0.9, 7.9 kilometers down, 1935 is the time on that one. And this one is a 0.3, 700 meters down, and 1950 was the time on it. Let's move down here. Nothing right in Eyjafjallajökull, but we do have the one at Katla, and this one kind of in between the three systems there. 0.1, 3.2 kilometers down, 1653. And this one over in Katla is a 0.54, 4.6 kilometers down, and 4:42 a.m. for him. Let's zoom out a little bit, look over here. And this is Bardabunga. Did somebody try to start the old truck remotely there and find that GPS again? It's to the north of there, not to the south. 0.2, 13.9 kilometers down, that's quite deep, and 1724 is the time on that today. Moving over a little bit more, there we have Askja and Herdebreg. So let's take a look at Askja. At 2038, we had a 0, 3.6 kilometers down. And then there's ahead the bright. Let's take a look at these. 0.42, 5.7 clicks down, 3:11 a.m. The other one is a 1.09, 5.3 kilometers down, 16 minutes after midnight. And we'll take a look at these guys. On 2121, we had a 0.3, 3.1 kilometers down, then a 0.7, 5.4 kilometers down, 2124. And 2119, we had a 0.1, 4.9 clicks down. Another 0.1, that is from 2216, 2.7 kilometers down, and that is a 0.1. Then we have the 0, 2.7 kilometers down on 2329, and this guy a 0.6, 5.2 kilometers down, 2218 is the time on that. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. 2214, we had a 0, 5.2 kilometers down for that one. And let's go up north a little bit. We can finish these before the break. 0.54, 3.9 kilometers down, 1450 was the time on that one. This one is from 2345, a 1.6, a 1.1 kilometer down. This one is a 0.4, 5 kilometers down from 729, 1.81, 7 kilometers down, 235 this morning. We'll get that guy. A 1.31, 16.5 kilometers down, 829 this morning, very deep. A 0.6, 1.1 kilometer down from 2056. Next one is a 0.68, 1.1 kilometer down from 9:13 a.m. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can split those up. 0.5, 1.4 kilometers down, 2336 for him. 2346 from 1.2, 6.5 kilometers down, and a 2.2, 12.5 kilometers down, 2345 for that guy. Next one is a 2.5, 2344, and that is from 15.8 kilometers down. Then we've got a 0.94, 10.7 kilometers down, and that's from 5:52 a.m. This one is 4:26 this morning, a 1.16, 11 kilometers down for him. And the 0.7, 6.2 kilometers down from 9:11. And let's grab these other ones. We got that guy already. Let's go with these. 0.21, 10.7 kilometers down, 1426. Is it 26? Yeah, I got that right. 1454, we had a 0.85, 8.5 kilometers down, and then a 0.5, 5.2 kilometers down, 5:01 this morning. And the last one on our chart here is 4:58 a.m., a 0.59 in magnitude, 1.1 kilometer down. So that is our earthquakes there in our wonderful Iceland today. And that is not bad. It says a total of 71 earthquakes, and I'm happy to see them. I'm happy to see things starting to get a little bit more active in this region, especially for Eruption. You all know why. I mean, it's a pretty simple. I have my fingers and toes crossed, hoping that we will get another eruption. I'm not thinking that it's going to erupt right here, but this is an indicator that we are seeing some activity that possibly could move around back and forth in this area a little bit, and we may see something. Two Pineapple says, pardon my interruption. The topic of tides and how they affect eruptions come up today. What's your 2 cents? Well, tides won't do a heck of a lot. It's well, tides and the gravitational pull of the moon and the sun. When you're at the full point of a pull, that means the sun is pulling on the one side of the planet and the moon is directly opposite. The effect is about 0.03%. And when they are kind of sideways, where the sun, and you got to remember the sun is always pulling on the planet. As well, so is the moon, but the moon is the one that's rotating around the Earth, and so if you got the sun, of course, in one point, and then the moon kind of 90 degrees to the sun, when you're looking up at the sun, moon's over 90 degrees away, that potential pull, that somewhat cancels itself out in a way, but it still produces a minuscule amount of change, and the biggest thing is it's such a minute amount there, Lou, that I wouldn't consider the sun and the moon's gravitational fields and the tidal effects of the sun and the moon to really play any significant influence on volcanoes. That is something that we really do have to consider. Now, yeah, I was just going to say that, Henry, a weight of the water. A weight of the water is a critical factor, but it also depends on how the depth of the water is. You know, that's the thing that you got to take a look at. If you're in a shallow zone, and you know, you remove the water or a portion of it, say a minuscule amount, 2 or 3 meters of water, the weight really isn't going to be that significant as far as the crustal fluctuation of the planet. And that, you know, it's those places that get really heavy tides that you may see an influence, but out for you, I don't believe so there, Lou. It's minimal as far as I would see it, and you know, your influence is really small, typically a small. So I'd be more afraid of earthquakes, and so a sun-moon influence. And you know, if everybody says, "Oh, it's when the full moon is out, it's always higher, heavier influence," no, it's not. You know, the moon is always pulling on the Earth. The sun is always pulling on the Earth. We always have that gravitational pull, and it's just sometimes it pulls the water a little bit more in those directions. So I wouldn't really do too much. There's actually a Jupiter tide too, so it's so weak. Instruments sensitively have enough to detect that were invented until the 1990s. Okay. So earthquake top of the list. Yep. Sometime I listen to see how many roosters are crowing. Okay, it's time for me to take a break, you guys. And yeah, as far as tidal influences, it really is minimal, very minimal. 0.03 of a percentile there, Lou. 0.03, and that is where we'll leave it. So let's go take a break, and after the break we're going to have bacon seeds. I know I started late, but we figured we'd run through and get to the top of the hour, and we'll make sure we have our bacon seeds for you when we get there. So, and after that we'll have that mystery volcano. Today is a tough one, a really tough one. Everyone's going to bomb out. I know it. All right, I'm going to go take that break. I'll throw you back on the canned lava. Well, I'm not really going to throw you in the canned lava, but I'm going to turn it back on. and we'll see what we can do for you. And there it is. Let me get rid of that banner. You don't need that, do you? Little Fisher thingy. Yep, that's okay. We'll get rid of that. And let's start some music. For all those good people who are here, like Scott Hartman and all those guys, got your photos, Scott. I will be trying to show those later on. But well, for now, hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And don't forget to subscribe if you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge. I will be back in a little while. Keep smiling, and here's some music. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Sue and Scott Hartman and Henry and Two Pineapples and Mars 2028. And did I miss anyone? The dancers were confusing me. It's all good. And yeah, we did pop over to Popocatépetl there for a second to see what it was doing, and it is still popping. So there's a Popo. Why did it stop? Oh no, it's not stopped. It's just moving a lot slower now. Anyway, yep, it is still doing its thing. Anyway, it is bacon seed time, so let's get over there. And thank you, Wonky Donkey and One Fish. Ooh, sorry, I was over reading about time balls. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. I don't even want to know about that, Sharon. I got so many things in my head today. I need to concentrate and focus. Now there's some terrific tephra, you bet. I'm surprised. I thought, honestly, I thought Popo was going to calm down a bit. But look at the amount of snow and, of course, the eruptive activity. One thing we do notice, though, this is not that really, really dark gray ash material that's been coming out. This is somewhat lighter, so a lot more gas material in there, but still some heavy color to it, which indicates that it's not just gases coming out. Anyway, we'll leave that be. Let's go over to our bacon seeds. That is what time it is, so let's go get at that. Anyway, that is our last one from yesterday. And of course, our wonderful Piggy supplied us with some more. And hopefully Piggy will be all good. And here's the first one for today. And that is a cute little fella. He's looking right at the camera. Obviously, we gotta like that. And here's number 2. And and there happens to be 2 piggies there. How did that happen? I'm not sure about that coloration, but looks pretty awesome. The one almost looks like they look like raccoons. No, sort of. They got the dark markings around the eyes there. Pretty neat. Anyway, not quite twins, but close. Very close. Let's get on to the next one. Actually, they probably are twins. If they're born in the relatively same batch as any of the other ones in that age group, of course, they're going to be twins. Sort of. Twins, triplets, quadruplets. What do you call when they have 12 pigs at a time? I don't even know. I don't have that many fingers, so I have no idea. Anyway, let's get to our next bacon seed. And here's another couple of little ones. And this one definitely has some spots. Maybe interbred with a Dalmatian, perhaps. Dodecapods? Dodecapods. Okay, Henry, that is too much of a name. 12 veplets. That's true. Just call them bacon bits. Valerie, I think you're right on the money there. Thank you. And hi, Valerie. And also hi to Hank. And that's pretty cool. Picture AC/DC performing the Time Warp from a Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yeah, okay, I'll try to do that. Anyway, let's get to the next one. And this one is in black and white. So that's kind of a neat shot. But a beautiful looking little pig with a nice smile on his face. And you can definitely see that smile. And beautiful. And he doesn't even look like, doesn't need a hogwash or anything. He's just very, very nice. Anyway, just looking at his smile, he's cute. Okay, Next bacon seed is this guy, and he looks a little bit more skinny. I don't know. What do you? Maybe fuzzy. I have no idea. He is smiling too, though, which is a good thing. I think he might need to shave. I have no idea. Anyway, no, that doesn't look so sad. He's got a smile. He's got his. He's kind of like, what are you taking pictures of me for? Next, a bacon seed, of course, is this little guy. And talk about droopy ears. And this one, of course, is smiling. It looks like he just had some milk. And he looks like he's ready to have a nap now. That'll be the next thing. Hamming up. Yep, and that's it. Anyway, a very, very nice looking bacon seed. Let's take a look at our next one. And what's this? Should you get a pig? Well, maybe you need a hogwash first, and then we'll talk about that. Definitely a candidate for the hogwash. But let's see. Should you get a pig? I have no idea. Do you have the yard and space for it? Next, bacon seed photo. Well, this one says, I did the math. We can't afford a dog. Okay, well, do the math. You can't afford a dog, but you can get a pig. And that is pretty awesome. And this one, of course, a little more sophisticated. And nerd piggy. Yep. Young pigs are triflingly human. Yeah, they are, aren't they, Irish Monk? They do definitely have some characteristics there. Pretty awesome. And here's one that's a little, well, it's not confusing. We understand. Guinea pigs on the right, and a regular mini pig on the left. So, pretty awesome. And a ginger at that. Yeah, that's a good name for it. Clark Kent piggy. Yeah, possibly. These look pretty cool. I think that's kind of nice. And glad to see they get along. Welcome, Granzed, Kia Ora to you. And let's get to our last bacon seed for today. And that is this. Oh, hang on. Let's do that again. There we go. What is it? Bailey Ham House. I hope that is not what they're going to make a ham out of. And that is a cup of a piggy. That is cute. We have a sunshine, really. I don't believe ya. Are you sure? Is it that big ball of fire up in the sky? Bacon flavored coffee. Wow, this is a wonderful looking little guy. His coffee tastes weird. I'm sorry there, Mars 2028. Teacup piggy. Yep. Definitely one of the mini bacon seeds, and that is just a very young little one. And that is the bacon seeds for today. A big thank you to Piggy for sending those in, as always. And of course, she made provisions to make sure we had enough bacon seeds while she was on her little trip. So hopefully she will be okay. And let's leave that there. Let's go back over, and we want to go take a look. I'm going to stop the canned lava again, since it's set to start automatically, so I have to deal with it. Anyway, let's put our secret volcano on the screen. We'll get rid of that little archive footage there. Anyway, that is the secret volcano, and you guys can make of it what you will. I'll be happy to entertain answers. Who's guessing at what volcano this lovely Strombolian eruption is? No, it's not Ragnar. It is not Hawaii. It's not Pu'u'o'o. And it's not Hints. It's not hang on. It's not La Palma. It's not Mauna Loa. And what do you mean hints? I've never heard of that one, Sue. You want hints already? Okay, it's on Earth. And that's your first hint. It's not Cumbre Vieja. It's not Etna. It's not Mauna Loa. It's not Stromboli. No, so far everyone is wrong. I'll give you a hint, another hint. I already give you the Earth. I have no clue. Oh, just like many others, I may not have any idea. No, it's not White Isle Volcano. I selected this one because it was, is it in the Ring of Fire? Yes, it is within the Ring of Fire. I will tell you that. Mount Redoubt? No, sorry, it is not that one, Hank. It's not Yasur. I did that one yesterday. It's not Krakatoa. Sorry, there, Kim. No, not Krakatoa. I know this is... And, you know, I left enough detail in the back just to tease you. You do see there's clouds, and you do see there's some other things. I think they call them trees. No, it's not ASO. No, definitely not. Seems to be a side event. No, not really. No, it's not really a side vent. Maybe if you go with you know, a couple thousand years back, the caldera may have moved slightly. That's another hint, by the way. And no, it's not Sakurajima. Sorry, definitely not. Have I stumped you guys again? I like looking up volcanoes. No, it is not Karangatang either. And sorry, Sue. And all right, I'm going to give you another hint, since it's a tough one. No, it is not Pakaya. It's not Taal. No, I'll give you a hint. No, it's not Popocatépetl. Nice try though there, Sebastian. Okay, next hint. It is in the northern hemisphere. It's in the northern hemisphere. And no, it's not Mount Rainier. I don't see any beer cans. It's not Mount Rainier. Sorry, one fish. Very funny, one fish 26. Yeah. And let's see, Suwanoshi-jima? No, it's not Suwanoshi-jima. And it's not San Miguel. No, sorry. Kim Raudenbush, you wrote the word Russia. Russia is a country and not a volcano. Oh, wow. Irish monk. Let me write that down. Irish monk. Throws in, it's what is it? It's is that Artesian? Yeah, something from Argentina, and that is 1,450, whatever those are. I guess they're kind of pesos. I fell off a tree, but did it well. Awesome. Awesome. And okay, and let's see, hang on, I catch up here. So no, Hank, it's not Arianal, it's not Villarica, it is not Ibu, and Sasha comes up with the answer. Sasha, congratulations, it is Ibico. It is Ibico, and Sasha gets the cookies. Congratulations, Sasha. I'm not sure how you figured out it's Ibiko, but there you go. You get a stack of cookies, and congratulations. And thank you, Irish Monk, for that fantastic super chat. And yeah, actually, that is Ibiko. Donkey and Ibiko earlier. Did Donkey have Ibiko earlier? I didn't see that. Did he? I'm looking back. Oh, Wonky Donkey did. Oh, I guess Wonky Donkey should have got the cookies. I missed a Wonky Donkey. The screen was moving so quickly. Sasha, give those cookies back. Hey, even the ones you took the bites of, give them over there to the Wonky Donkey. I give a Wonky Donkey a cookie as well, a stack of cookies. Sorry, Wonky Donkey, it was moving quickly there and all kinds of confusion, and we missed that. So, yeah, it's all good. Anyway, a Wonky, Trev, you get a stack of cookies there too, and I did check, you did say that, so all good, all good. Yeah, and that I thought it was a pretty nice shot, so I figured using it would be kind of a cool. And Ibiko, of course, being on its, well, I don't want to call it its own little island, but it's a part of the Kuril Island group there south of the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. And that is exactly it. And yeah, Kim Roundbush, just so you know, when you mention, yeah, it's a Paramashir Island is what it's on. So thanks, Sue. Yeah, when you mention a country is large, and a country has many volcanoes, so I can't give you any of that when you say that, just so you know there, Kim. You know, if you know which area it is, you gotta name the names, and that's what we're looking for in this game. So countries and areas or islands don't help specifically, so that's what we try to do. Anyway, let's carry on here, and we will leave that be, and I just want to turn that guy off, and we still have our lava frozen. Let's go over. Well, actually, it is time for the break again. Darn it. Let's go take a break. I need to save my voice. That's why we take those breaks. When was that picture taken? I think it was 2017 is what I seen on there, Mars. I'm not 100% sure if that was accurate, but 2017 is when they had it listed. And it's not the highest of resolution, so that would make sense to me, 2017. Russia only has one currently erupting as far as I heard. That's, well, one that's, actually, we got a bunch there. Let me just show you, before I take off for the break, we will show you what Russia is actually showing right now for active volcanoes. And actually we have up there, we have 3. Let's go on to the volcano map. There you got Shivalish, you've got the Bezimiani as an orange, and, oh, hang on, there we go. No, Klyashevskoy is the orange, and Bezimiani is the erupting one there, so that's 3. And then down here is where we normally have, I'm going to turn on the other ones here. Where is it? The one that pops up every once in a while. Anyway, I turned on all the volcanoes here so you can see where they all are, but there's Ibiko here, and then the other one, there's actually a 2 here. Where's the other one? Ibiko, and Chikorachki should be there somewhere. There's a Chikorachki. So Ibiko was definitely going. And then, of course, Alade over there on the other island. And there's lots of activity there in Russia. So just bear that in mind. And I am going to go for the break, you guys. So we'll put it back on the canned lava for now. Or would you rather watch Popocatépetl? That is because Popo's kind of hiding. Maybe we can use one of the other screens. And let's see. Popo, where are you? You're here. What about this view? No, not the greatest. Or we could leave it on here. If you want to watch Popocatépetl for a few minutes, and while I'm on break, I'll let that go by there. And it really isn't showing any lava, though. That's what I was getting at. Just a lot of steam and tephra. So I'll leave it on there. Don't go away. And if you haven't yet hit that like button, please consider hitting it. Also, for those who have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you are enjoying the show and feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Gonna take a break. Don't go away. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. And by the way, this is live, so it's all good. I'll be back. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And I see Siggy is here. About time you showed up. Welcome back, Siggy Ragnar. Good to see you. And yes, sir, we do have some shaking going on down in a not creaky area. And that is all good. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Scott Hartman and Sasha and Sue and Mars 2028. And of course, Yo Doc from Siggy. And thanks, OneFish26. And yeah, great to see you kids. Alrighty. Speak for yourself, young man. Oh. Awesome. Well, nice to see that you're back here. I'm assuming that you're doing your motocross stuff and things like that and continuing on with that. I'm not sure if you're still down in Texas or where the heck you are now, but nice to see. Ooh, you're so quick, Doc. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Thanks, Sharon Stewart. I try to be speedy, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Yeah, going crazy, and I am in Texas. Okay, that is all cool, and glad that you're still down there. I see the temperatures have been going up and down quite a bit there, but pretty hot now. Yep, we got to get those lava workers going there, Siggy. We have to have some kind of an eruption, and I don't care if it's in not Haggy or not Creaky. Let's make her pop, and we'll see what we've got going on. We really want an eruption. It can even happen on the that other old farmhouse there. If it wants to. Have moved a little to the east of the old hole, but they are working. Yeah, yeah, I'm kind of wondering where, if something is going to pop. Pay no attention to Siggy hasn't paid a rent for a year. Okay. Oh, I don't know if he ever paid a rent. Anyway, nice to have you on board, Siggy. Anyway, this is obviously the next volcano that we were going to take a look at. Anyway, so while we're here, this is Popocatépetl in Mexico. There is movement under there still, so it will eventually start again. That's what we're hoping, Siggy. That's what we're hoping. And that is a kind of the sneaky word. And I'm trying not to stir anything up, but been watching that there is a little bit of a magma intrusion underneath there. And we won't get people going too much with that, but that's what's going on. I'll be driving by to Popocatépetl in October. Hope it will still be on. Oh, that'd be cool. You do understand that's a very tall volcano, so I've not seen that one. Okay. A Starbase. Yeah, you got to get down there and take a bike ride down to Starbase and get some pictures for us of you standing beside one of the super boosters there. That'd be pretty cool. Even Hopper would be nice. I don't know if they've fixed it. I'm surprised the snow is not melting. On Popocatépetl, yeah, me too. And as I just mentioned, it is a very, very tall volcano, 17,800 feet. So it's quite a monument. And you do understand it is cold up in the higher elevations. Every 1,000 feet you go up, you lose 2 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is what we've got going on there. And so if it's 20 down on the ground at sea level. You go up, this would be, you'd lose at least 8 degrees very quickly, and if you got some wind happening up there, 8 degrees Fahrenheit, or sorry, 20 Celsius, you drop down to about 10 Celsius by the time you get to the top of Popocatépetl, right? So a big difference. And of course weather plays a big role in it as well, what's blowing across the top, and how you know, the pressure levels, and there's so much involved. Anyway, the mountain is 2 miles wide and very tall, so the heat is deep. Yep, it is. Anyway, let's take a look at a couple of the other views while this is going on. And of course, from earlier, we wanted to show that a little bit as well. So earlier we were seeing it like this, kind of in the snowy portions. There you can actually see the rain coming down. This was at 1600 or 4 p.m. and it was snowing up there, so definitely a lot of activity. If we go back up a little bit, you see here we didn't see as much snow, and that's at 1:30. So this is a recent event, this snow. If we go back even further, here you can see at 9:43 a.m. A lot less snow. All this is covered now, so definitely. And I bet you within a day or so, that area, it'll look like this again, pretty quick. Looking back a little further though, there is where the snow line kind of was before, up on the top. But all the way through here, I just want to emphasize, Popocatépetl has been putting out a lot of tephra or gases and everything else. So pretty awesome to see that, and it really has not ever stopped. So it's going and going and going, and this of course is 7:12 a.m. and you can still see it off-gassing, although this is a more clean gas in comparison to what we were seeing later on. So it is going through some cycles, and I'm trying to find a spot there. You can see in this one from 1804 or 6:04 p.m. this actually had quite a bit more of that gray material in it, indicating obviously ash and other particles of lava rock, etc., etc. But basic tephra, right? We were running motorcycle tours from Pablo, so drive right by it. Awesome. And would be nice if you can do that and get some snapshots while you're there. Let's make this one a little smaller. We'll go to the next shot. This one, of course, is one of the other shots a little further back, and it does still look quite the same, but you can definitely see where that snow line is, and it has moved down from this morning. And if we go back here to kind of emphasize what we're seeing, there's a snow line this morning at 8:44, and of course now you can see it. It's instead of being way up top here, it's way down here. So things have cooled off, and that's always interesting to see. Run my drone from the national park. I don't think there's an issue with the drone flying there. The problem that you've got is your drone better be able to get up to 18 or 19,000 feet if you want some good pictures. And that's a part of the problem with Popocatépetl. That's why we don't see so many drone videos, because it is so tall. Welcome, Kananaskis country. Anyway, we'll leave Popocatépetl be, I think. I just wanted to go back here a little bit and kind of ooh at the sunset scene there. And this was one of the other shots. So kind of a nice nice display, the way the sun is glaring off of those wonderful clouds and all that ejecta in here. So really kind of cool. And I'm running, and we'll be back in a little bit. Okay, Siggy, you take care and be good and stay safe, my friend, and we'll see you. And yeah, that's what we got going on there. Let's put that one back to live, and we'll make that smaller. We're gonna kind of make the other ones smaller too here, and put them all back to live, so when I go check for things, I don't go, what's it doing now? And that is what it was doing earlier. Let's go to the next one that we have on our list. And of course, Popocatépetl, about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City, whereas the one we're looking at now, well, it's a cloud-based volcano. I'm kidding. It is in the clouds though. And there it is, and of course that is our wonderful Fuego in Guatemala. It definitely has some issues with cloud activity, and I was trying to find a spot where it wasn't in the clouds, so we had to go all the way back to 9:25 this morning. We do see it puffing a little bit, and that is a good sign. Last night I was looking, it was still showing some light out of the top of the caldera, so we know that there is still hot material sitting up there, magma, and this is of course from earlier yet, 26 minutes after 8 a.m. Most of everything coming out though seems to be gaseous, rather than throwing out larger chunks of tephra or anything like that. This was a little tiny puff at 7:30, and nothing really major coming from them. And we did have one, I don't know if we can get all the way back to it. This cloud up here was from the volcano. It was a little bit bigger eruption, but I don't think we can slide back that far. This is as far as it'll go. So that's it for our wonderful Fuego in Guatemala. We'll put it back on live, and of course the live shot is no good, so we'll leave that be. Next one on our list, Masaya volcano, and that is Masaya in Nicaragua. This shot was from 7:09 a.m. Their time, and that looked not too bad. And you could see down into the caldera, but not all the way down because of all that smoke. Thank you, Sue, for the 5-minute warning. Let's refresh that one, see what it looks like right now. And yep, a beautiful arc of lava down there on the bottom of that caldera. And I don't know if that's actually even a little bit more lava than we normally see. But nice to see it shining through all that smoke that's in there. And of course we can't really see the caldera itself because it's so dark. Anyway, that is good for it, and nice to see. That is a current picture from 1945. And we'll get to our next one, and this is Rincon de la Vieja, and no, we are not seeing it. Unfortunately, I can describe what I seen this morning. It was smoking fairly heavily, so we do have some output from it, but not much I can do with a dark screen like that. Next one on our list, of course, we're by the way, that is in where is that? That is in hang on, I'm trying to think of the country. El Salvador. Okay. Let's keep on going. We'll go down to Chile now. And Chile is kind of chilly. So early this morning, we had these shots. Of course, this is Lascar, and I wasn't seeing too much. I do see a little bit of pluming going off here, and it must be quite windy there. You do see a little bit, but not much gaseous material coming out, and that is about it. This was early this morning, of course, from that volcano. let's leave that one be. Next one is Laguna del Mole. And Laguna del Mole, obviously, snow covered. And looks cold there. I don't know if I want to go there. And I will leave that one be. Nothing is smoking or doing anything fancy. And then, of course, the other one that we can't see is Villarrica. It is hiding in clouds. I'm going to just refresh that, and I know it's going to be nighttime shots, but I'm interested in Villarrica. So there is Villarrica with the nighttime scene. This is what I was kind of seeing last night. You can actually see the outline of the volcano at certain shots here. But definitely up in the caldera, we are seeing that a wonderful action, and nice to have that doing what it's doing. So pretty cool and pretty awesome to see a little bit of lava movement up there, as well as that smoke coming out of our wonderful Villarrica in Chile. And let's leave that be. Let's back that. There we go. The other ones, I don't think we can see much. We certainly can't see a heck of a lot of at Laguna del Mole, but Lascar, you can see the star movement. Looks pretty cool. And we don't see anything pluming out of it. So pretty good indicator that it is just being quiet. Let's leave that be. It is just about break time, so I am going to put you back on some canned lava, or do we have enough time to go to the other volcano? Let's just do this. We'll go to Merapi. We'll see if Merapi will make us happy. And of course, this was earlier. Merapi being cloud covered for the most part. Was hard to see anything there earlier. It was a couple times it popped out of the clouds. I don't even know if we're going to be able to see it. Yeah, we're going way back, 8 hours 44 minutes ago, to be able to see it. And there it is at 23:15 their time. We do see a little bit of lighter spots up there indicating some lava, but nothing crazy. And of course the other shots are not so well either. Let's go back a little bit more. 21:39. Do still see a lot of smoke and stuff coming off the top, a little bit more of the old lava. Nothing visible in any of the other screens. So I'm thinking that Merapi is not really going to make us happy today. And that is unfortunate. But hey, it is what it is. We can't always have everything showing and erupting the way we want. Mother Nature just doesn't love us, right? Let's put that back on live so you know what it looks like right now. And that is 8 a.m. there. 8 a.m. and that's a good indicator that it is break time. When we get back from the break, we will carry on from Mount Ruapehu and go from there. So don't go away. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I'm here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider doing that if you want to join in the fun. Also, welcome to Cookster Littlefield. Good to see you. And also, Kananaskis country. And did I miss anyone? I got Raymond there as well. Okay, a break time for me, you guys. Here comes some music. And we'll get you back over to the canned lava for right now. And I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is on, but I have bad timing. I try to get my drink of Pepsi in. Anyway, I'm going to take that drink. Fine vintage. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Bars, and Oh Mummy of Hamsters is here saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And thank you, Scott Hartman, as well. And Kananaska's Country. Yeah, I have seemed to have a really bad timing lately with trying to get my sip in before the song stops. And I kind of, I guess, cue in at the wrong time or something. I have no idea. Thanks, Cookster. And let's carry on. Pardon me. That Pepsi is stuck in my throat. There we go. That's almost good. Anyway, let's carry on with what we've got going on here. We're going to pop over to our next volcano. Now, we were looking at Ruapehu, and Ruapehu really didn't make us happy because of all the clouds and stuff. So let's go over to this one. And speaking of snow, we got snow on Popocatépetl, and we also have snow on Ruapehu. And there it is. That is in New Zealand. And yep, Granzed was absolutely right. It's sunny. That is nice. That is awesome. And Kilauea, yeah. And that is pretty awesome looking. And a very clear view today of our wonderful Mount Ruapehu, located on the southern end of Taupo Lake, just a couple mountains over, I guess, for the most part. So pretty awesome to see that. Let's carry on though, and I'm just curious here. I wanted to see what it looked like during a sunrise, and without clouds. And there's the sunrise. Going back a bunch of hours here, so just about 6 hours ago, and that didn't look too bad for a silhouette of sorts. Pretty nice. And of course, as the sun came up, it kind of got washed out, and the sun got overhead up high, and kind of shadowed the volcano, and then it started coming to light. And of course, there you can see it more and more and more. So a beautiful view right now. So pretty awesome. And let's put that back on live. And there you go. So Central Volcanic Plateau, we call it. Okay, the Central Volcanic Plateau. And yep, that definitely is way up there. And hopefully it'll give us a good show one day. That'd be awesome. Anyway, let's make that one smaller. We're going to hide that chat too. There we go. All right, I did refresh this one. We'll have a look at the chart here, and it seems that it is continuing with whatever activity. You know, the USGS mentioned, or Volcano Discovery mentioned that they were saying it kind of settled down. Well, since they mentioned that, a couple of days back, and then we start seeing more activity again. What the heck is up with that? So pretty cool to see that though. So maybe there is something happening there. The other chart, of course, looked like it did drop back down, and does have another spike. So New Zealand's North Island definitely has something going on. Maybe we'll see happiness after all. I hope it doesn't erupt anytime soon. We have plenty of other stuff to clear up first. Yeah, without a doubt, there, Granzed. Let's go to our next shot. And of course, that is the shot of the lake. And let me make that bigger again so you can see the whole shot. And of course, you can see Mount Ruapehu right back there. It is there today. You can barely see it, but it is there. So that is pretty awesome. And of course, the entirety of the lake is the caldera for Taupo, and that is pretty cool too. So nice view, and I'm liking it. If we zoom in a little bit, can we see better? Yeah, it's back there somewhere. Those white clouds aren't helping. Go away, clouds. But that is where Ruapehu is in the back, and that is pretty awesome. But looking at the zoomed in version here, you can see quite a bit of choppiness to the water right now. So the wind, you can see that on the flags, of course, doing its thing. You can see all kinds of other volcanic peaks off in the distance as well, which is really nice to see. And I guess hence the name, it's a plateau. Leo is here. Welcome, Leo Carlson. Good to have you on board. Anyway, that is our lovely Taupo, and that is a courtesy of a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there. So give them that plug. And beautiful, beautiful view. I like it. Let's make that smaller again, and we'll carry on. I'm going to put that back on Merapi. Make him smaller too. Let's get over to our next scene, and that, of course, is it's a barbecue. It's Leo's Barbecue. Explore 2023 at top-rated barbecue grills by Leo Carlson. Found find the right grill for you, your budget. Is that what that is? Anyway, let me get on that barbecue. We'll see what that is. That looks pretty good, Leo. What are you cooking there, man? I'm kidding. This has got nothing to do with barbecues. Let's we'll start out here. Semaru not showing today, so we're not going to worry about it. I did try to refresh earlier. I'll just do it again to see. And no, they're not live right now, so we'll leave them be. And let's go to our next adventure, and that is seeing the garages Leo's also selling. Never mind, he's not. I'm kidding. Leo's a nice guy. He's got other things to do. He's got a barbecue to tend to. Anyway, let's see what we got. Hey, Krakatoa volcano, Sunda Strait, Indonesia. Field report, likelihood of eruption increasing. Interesting. Let's take a look at that. A photo. Strong degassing from Krakatoa volcano increased on June 7th, and that is in the future. And of course, that image from Andy volcano discovery, Andy, which is Addy, but Andy volcano, and that is volcanodiscovery.com, and that is pretty awesome. You can see it. Just pluming away there. So dirty, a volcano, and we like it. I'm not sure where that one's from, but that photo is Tom Pfeiffer. A strong lava glow becomes visible in the evening. Viewpoint from the southern rim, November 25th. I have no idea what volcano that is, so. Next shot. Nothing to do. Sulfur deposits in the creek that flows out of the crater of Papadayan, a volcano. Tobias Shore is the photographer there. So that's interesting. At least we've got the volcano for a change. And Lizoid, your cousin's on. If you're watching Lizoid, your cousin is right there. And that's from Krakatoa Island. Monitor a lizard. Anyway, let's leave those be. Let's read what we've got going on here. 2 weeks of a calm period with a little or no activity The activity seems to have picked up since June 7th. June 7th is tomorrow for us. Andy, our expedition guide and leader for Volcano Discovery Indonesia, visited the volcano recently to observe the current activity. Pardon me. Emissions of stream and water vapor, so-called degassing, have increased from the cinder cone fumarolic vent, accompanied by continuous low-frequency tremor and shallow volcano-tectonic earthquakes. Additionally, he reported a few glow spots as well. So awesome to see that. So that is Krakatoa definitely doing its thing. There's that shot, and we like it, and pretty cool. Let's get that off, and let's go up to Mayon. This is a Mayon volcano. Let's show that photo first. And Mayon volcano as seen from Tobacco province. Is it Tabac? Yeah, Tobacco province. Image is from fluid type / Twitter. So that is, you can see a little bit of puffing coming out of the top, and Mayon definitely quite a peak in itself, and pretty awesome looking. And again, you know, you take a look around here, a lot of agriculture going on very close to the volcano. And you got to remember that's very, very fertile land down here in the forefront. So not a surprise to see someone there having a farm. And this is not related. That is Urta Ales craters. That guy is being very, very daring, standing on that stuff that could collapse, and he could be gone into a pool of lava. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Don't do that. Mind you, you know, he's old. A sacrifice. The hot mud flowing away from the source. Okay, and that is interesting too. Not sure where that is. Tom Pfeiffer's the photographer, and I have no idea what this is. But we'll get rid of that. Let's see what it says here. So alert status raised to level 2. A number of glowing avalanches increases. Risk of a dome collapse or a phreatic eruption remains high. So the Philvolks, or whatever they call themselves, their volcano observatory, reported an increase in the number of rock falls have emanated from the summit lava dome since April. Okay, this likely signals or pressurized magma within the main conduit system, which may fracture and squeeze surrounding rock, allowing it to rise further. Thus, fresh magma may accumulate into the lava dome in the inner summit crater, and so on. So yeah, and they're saying it's gonna pop. Okay, let's be realistic. That is kind of what we're seeing. So if it does, that'd be cool. I don't mind that. Anyway, let's leave that one there. I wanted to get at our next one. And of course, we want to pop all over the place today, and I wanted to show specifically this Stromboli, and you can see the glow happening here. We know there is a lava coming out of Stromboli. Unfortunately, in the thermal, we're having a real hard time seeing that because of the density of the clouds, so hard to see through that, but we are definitely seeing some glow, which is really, really awesome. So that's what we've got going on at Stromboli in Sicily, Italy. Well, no, it's more like Italy. Okay, never mind Sicily. But that's pretty cool looking. And like I say, very cloudy, as you can see. The moon is up there somewhere behind those clouds. That's why it's as lit as it is, considering it's 1:23 in the morning there. So pretty awesome. And let's see, did my chat break? I didn't see. It hasn't moved for at least 5 minutes. We broke the chat. Uh-oh, did Lizoid get lost? I like the wildlife inclusion, Doc. Awesome. Uh-oh, still there. All right, thanks, Sue. I thought something gave up here. Okay, so we'll leave that guy be. Who do we want to look at next? I'm trying to find my way through here. We'll get rid of those. And where the heck is my Jellystone? We haven't gone to a Jellystone for a little while. I had to refresh that, so let's see if that'll work. Yellowstone National Park. No, it's not found. They're having interweb problems. Let's see if it'll come up this time. And nope, so no Jellystone today. Sorry guys, and I'm not sure what we can do about that. But let's maybe we'll head over to Sicily. Well, we're over there anyway. We'll go to this one, and there we can see. Well, we can't see a darn thing. Let's go back a bunch of hours into the twilight zone, and there it is. Well, I get to twilight. Mount Etna certainly does look like it's got a lot less snow on it. Unfortunately, the top is covered with cloud, and that makes it very, very difficult to place any kind of a judgment as to what's happening up there. If we go back in time a little bit more, again, it looks like it's trying to build up lenticular clouds up there earlier. Still quite a bit of snow on the very top here in this basin, but I don't know what we can really get out of this photos or live video because of the cloud work. I'm not going to try to surmise anything, but let's take a look at the chart real quick, see if that tells us anything. And yeah, we are still sitting far too low, below the threshold line, and anything above it typically is an eruption. So we're not seeing anything, and that is up there, and that is a shame. So let's leave that be. We're going to make that one smaller, and let's go over to our next shot here, and of course that is in Japan, and we will see if we can find Japan real quick and make that bigger. Yes, there is an ice cream boat. Hurry, 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 get your ice cream. The ice cream boat is in. That is what this page is all about. Has nothing to do with Sakurajima in the background. It's all about the ice cream boat, right? Yay, ice cream. And Sue is running for ice cream today, as she must want some. That is awesome. So yeah, that is pretty cool. And let's take a quick peek and see what our wonderful Sakurajima is doing. Obviously right now at the close-up view, really not anything strange. We do see it there. Why is it a little bit fuzzy looking? It is set to 1080p. We do see some birds flying by. Let's see if we go back a little bit in time. Let's go about 2 hours ago first. And there we go. Let's get it on the screen. There. Okay, so it is producing a really large gaseous plume here. And this is something that I was kind of wondering about. If we go back another hour, this is 3 hours ago, and that is not cloud work, that is from the volcano. That is a lot of off-gassing. And if we go back just about another hour, there you can see it again, and you can see how it started out. So that is 6:38 this morning. If we go back a little bit further, this is 5 hours ago, and you can see, well, you can see a little bit of a plume up at the top here, 5:29 a.m. and definitely is continued to off-gas. If we go back into the wee hours, we see it still had a lot of material over top of it, gas that is, and hard to tell in this because there are some other clouds coming in as well. So did the volcano produce a bunch of extra gas, or are we just seeing things, right? And the mystery rings of Sakurajima. We will see what goes on. And yeah, during the night, the moonlight helps, but it doesn't help when you can't really see as much as you'd like with the addition of all that cloud work in there. So that is basically it for Sakurajima. No sense in looking at the close-up. Well, we can try. There's the caldera cam, or crater cam as they call it. And we do see actually quite a bit of material coming out of that smaller vent on the side here. Of course, the other two are kind of on the top of the caldera. So that's what we're seeing. I'm going to go take a break, you guys, so we'll put you back here. I'm going to actually get you on the lava flow. I'm going to leave this open so we can check our ice cream boat. And let's put you back on the other scene with some canned lava. And for those good people who are here today, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop, of course. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break for 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. Here's some music. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on. I see Siggy made it back in. Welcome back, Siggy. And thank you for the welcome backs from Scott and Sue and Leo and Mars 2028. One more Pepsi before we get back to the show. Actually, I just had my drink properly and made sure I took the sip earlier. And then I realized, darn it, my Pepsi glass is just about empty. Anyway, it's all cool. So, hey, and Siggy says that is a lovely sight. And of course it is. And pouring into a Maridalia Valley. And Maridalia's all full. I don't know if it'll ever pour out of there. It's got new adventures coming. I want to see more of that wonderful lava. And that would really be nice. So yeah, some drilling would be good if you get over there, Siggy. Drill into those low spots there, and we can get some lava coming up. Thanks, Canon-esque country. And let's get back over to what we were looking at, though. We were working on Japan. I'm going to freeze that. Look at that. Siggy, I've got the power to freeze that vent right where it's at. How about that? Anyway, all cool. So let's get back over there. The ice cream boat did take off, but one just came in to replace it. So if you're still didn't get your ice cream, the second ice cream boat is now in. So really awesome. Hi ho, it's off to work. I must go. And Leo, good night or good day to you. Well, good day to you and good night from us. You have a good, wonderful day at work. And take care of yourself. And hopefully we'll be able to catch you on tomorrow's show. So take care, and we'll see you for now. And okay, so we had a closer look at our wonderful Suwanoshijima. Although it is kind of popping right now, I just wanted to make that a little bit bigger. We do see this coming out right now, which is kind of neat, and that is all good. And hopefully it will continue to give us a little bit more. We'll check back on this one in a few minutes. So let's not leave it be too far. There's the little longer range shot, so we'll see what it's doing in a couple of minutes. Let's go to the next one, though. We don't have any picture from our other ones here. That camera is out again at Suwanoshijima, so we're not going to bother with that. And next one here, of course, is ASO, and as you can see, the wonderful caldera. Yesterday it had gotten a lot more rain. It's continuing to off-gas. I don't know if it's just me, but does that off-gassing look a little more grayish than it does whitish? I'm just kind of curious there. We know yesterday it was very white looking, and today it doesn't quite look as brilliant. Maybe it's just me, or let's go back a little ways here and see if it changed color a little bit. And yeah, this is a couple hours ago. It definitely looked whiter, but it's also clinging to the ground level. Why is that so fuzzy? 480, who changed that? Darn it. Okay, and there we go. Not that much, didn't help that much. So yeah, interesting to see what was going on there. And there we go. You can see the wind blowing over and pushing it to the right side in retrospect to what we were seeing the other day. Everything was sitting on the left here. So very interesting, and hopefully it will produce something. That would be nice. Anyway, that's back to live. We'll leave ASO alone, And we'll go over to our next one, and that is Asama. And right now the cloud cover over Asama is not doing us anything really, it's a shame. It's shameful is what it is. Clouds everywhere. I hate clouds. Go away, clouds. I don't know. Neat looking cloud work, but of course earlier it was completely in the clouds, so you couldn't see a darn thing. I'm trying to find any spot where we can see it and see if there's any off-gassing, but the clouds, I think, made a good sure of it that we couldn't. Well, is that coming from it, or is that just another cloud on the other side of it? Hard to tell. Anyway, we'll leave that guy be. I'm going to make that one smaller again. Actually, I'll put it back to alive. There we go, and we'll make it smaller. We'll go actually back over here and make this one bigger. Because it is doing something, and we want to leave it there for right now. I am going to give you the volcano report, though, now. And let's see what we've got for activity today, or in the last, from yesterday and today. Last night we had 4 volcanoes popping, or producing some reports anyway. Late Monday's volcano activity, 4 volcanoes, some in Cayenne, Peru, sporadic puff emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 18:15. Nevado del Ruiz, new volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 18:45. Dakono on Halmahera Island in Indonesia, continuous emissions of volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, reported at 23:30. And of course, same island, Ibu, also over there, but Ibu was trying to be very discreet. So discrete volcanic ash emissions to about 6,000 feet and that is 1,800 meters, reported at 23:45. Let's see, Wonky Donkey saying, good night, Lava family. Good night, Wonky Donkey. Have a good night's rest there, Trevor. And okay, I'm going to leave the other one off here for a second. We'll get back to that in a minute because we'll go to that volcano in short order. Up in the, up in Alaska, southwest Alaska. Anyway, today's volcanoes, 6 different volcanoes reporting, 7 Cayenne, Peru, intermittent puffs to 26,000 feet or 7,900 meters, reported at 6:15, and sporadic puffs of volcanic ash to 24,000 feet or 3,700 meters, 7,300 meters at 18:15. Krakatoa, Sunda Strait, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 2,000 feet or 600 meters, reported at 8:15. We did see that report on there. Mayon on Luzon Island, Philippines, we had that separate report, as well as the report from Krakatoa. So that takes care of those two. And Popocatépetl in central Mexico, new volcanic ash observed to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 15:30. So that is all cool. But and I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce this right. The one up in Alaska, it's what is it? Iliamna. Cook Inlet, southwest Alaska, separate report. We're going to go have a look at that, and thank you, Sue, for sending that in. although I am quite interested and intrigued in what is actually happening at Sakurajima right now. But let me get that lined up for the other report, and we'll go over there and have a look at it. I'm just going to make these other screens a little bit smaller for right now. There we go. Okay, this one is a Pavlov. You can actually see Pavlov today. I'm surprised. Yay. And there it is. And very bad cloudy conditions in the area no matter what we did. So that is all cool. Still unable to see the Great Sitkans. Even if we refresh, it should be sitting out here. We are just not seeing it because of weather conditions. Not sure if there's any new, National Weather Service hasn't issued any new reports. And looking at Shivelish, as we can tell, very cloudy there as well on the Kamchatka Peninsula. So we're not going to bother entertaining that. And they just updated the photos, so they've got fresh clouds on there. That's awesome. Anyway, let's have a look at this other report here. So Iliamna volcano, Cook Inlet, Southwest Alaska. Ice rock avalanche followed earthquakes. Okay, we do see that. There's a chart. And what does it say? Vertical component seismic waveforms and spectrograms from AVO station ILSW for the May 2016, June 2019, and June 2023 on the Iliamna volcano. There we go. So I'm not sure what that's all about, but they're kind of thinking that we may have something there. An elevated seismic activity occurred beneath the volcano yesterday. Earthquakes began at about noon at roughly regular 1 minute intervals in the beginning, but later on have been gradually declining. So I'm wondering what is going on there, but hopefully we'll see something. Let's see what, that image won't do anything. Let's close that. That just shows where that is, and that'll give us a better idea if we go look at, we can't bring it up that far. But anyway, that's some earthquakes in the region. Let's leave that be for right now, and it shows here on the other chart. If we bring that bigger, you can see where some of them are depth-wise. 5-6 kilometers down, up to about 8 kilometers down in depth, and that was back in February. Why are they showing the old chart? Okay, that must be an old report. So let's leave that be. We'll get it back onto a present report, and that is this. So we'll worry about that one later. They haven't raised it to a code yellow yet. No, not yet, Mars. Hopefully we'll see something happening in the future. Anyway, that's our volcano report. So I was trying to see if we can get Yellowstone back up there, but that just wants to fight me. And we'll try one more time here and see if it will go. And no, still no good. So no geysers today from Yellowstone. Let's go over to our wonderful maps. We're going to take a look at our earthquakes first off around the world. Let's see, time-wise, yeah, we got a few minutes. Let's start out here and the Kamchatka Peninsula, and we'll work our way through here. So this one is from 4.4 Coral Islands, and that is 10:25 is the time on it, 83.3 kilometers down, and that is not too far away from Ibico and Shivlish, and not Shivlish, Chikarachki. So one end or the other. So there we go. That is where that one is, and I'm trying to figure out where that other area is that is all active. The southwest area there. I'm gonna have to find out where that is. 4.7 False Pass area, and that is from 19.2 kilometers down, 10:06 a.m. today. So that is a sizable quake. There we see another quake off the coast, and that is a 4.3 from 1856, 2.5 kilometers down. That's not very deep. Also had a 2.3 there. That one's deeper, 37.5 kilometers down from 1910 today. So that is all good. Let's carry on and go down the coast here. East of Katmai. Okay, let's take a look and see if we can find. There's a Katmai right there, and you say it's out here somewhere to the eastern side. I wonder where that is. Let's see if I can bring up the other map and zoom in here a little bit, and we'll find it on this map, so that might help us. There's Katmai, and why are they showing Katmai as a red right now? That doesn't make sense. All right, there's a snowy mountain. There's the other ones. They're not showing it here. East, is it further over here? Okay, they're not showing it on this map. South of that. Oh, somewhere down here? Okay, no, I thought it's on the peninsula itself. Let's see. Nope, nope, nope. Snowy Mountain, nope. Okay, Stellar, Kukak, and Devil's Peak there. Not seeing it south. Okay, let's zoom out for a second and move further south. Here, nope, nope. And that is not it there, that's not it there. I'm going southwest is where I'm going. So I don't know. It's closer to Anchorage. Ah, okay, let's zoom back out and find Anchorage. There it is, right there. Okay, there. So, that is right there in the ice fields. And they haven't raised the level. So, that is interesting. Yeah, wrong way, go right. No, it's right there. And so we found it. Yeah, east, it's actually a northeast. So, all right, all cool, and that is what they're saying there. So this thing is a stratovolcano. It's 10,000 feet tall, or 3,050 meters roughly. That is interesting, and we'll see what it brings in the future. So, yeah, Katmai is over here, Trident there. But they're showing Katmai as either an orange or a red, and I didn't know Katmai was on the list of active volcanoes. So Katmai, oh my, oh my God, haha. Okay, Katmai, yeah. Anyway, that is Katmai. Are you sure it's Katmai? They said it was a Katmai when you use the pronunciation on Google. That's a Katmai. 100% sure, Katmai. Katmai. And I suppose a trident is trident. Huh? If that thing goes, all of the ice is going to make a big mess. Fluffy will love it if it's a Katmai. Katmai? Katmai. Okay. But they spell it May. Why do they spell it May if it's my? All right. There is 14 active volcanoes in Katmai NPP. I don't know what an NPP is, but be careful. Hopefully you'll contain yourself. Kitty Katmai. The National Park and Preserve. Okay, National Park and Preserve. There's 14. Did you count them all? In this Katmai. Why do they spell it like that? Why don't they spell it Katmai with just get rid of the A and stop confusing people? Hey, it's a break time. I'm saved by the bell. I'm going for a break. And there we go. And now we know where that is. And that is over here. Somewhere. And yeah, in that area. So, and nothing showing up there. We're not seeing even any of the small quakes. So that is a kind of a wonder. We'll get back to the earthquake map after. Don't anyone fret. And yeah, it's a big ice field. You can go ice fishing. I mean, never mind. I'm kidding. There's no fish underneath there. I'm gonna go take that break now. I need that. There's some lava. And I'm sure Siggy will love that. That's his Siggy Fisher. I'll be back, you guys. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Exciting times for the Aleutian range. Yeah, thank you for covering my favorite place. It's cold up there, Cookster. It's cold, I tell you, even in the summertime. Anyway, I'm going for a break. I'll be back. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed yet. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you, and there, Scott Hartman, and Mars 2028, and Sue, and Kananaskis Country, and Hermione, and Sleepy Fluffy, and Mars saying, have a good night, Cooksters. Yep, good night, Cooksters Littlefield, if you're still in there listening. All the best, and thanks, Grenzed. And yeah, I was just gonna bug him and say, why are you sure it's not a Kate Mai? Boy, never mind, we'll leave that alone. All right, let's park our lava here for a minute, and we'll stop it. There we go. And that is stopped. Let's get back over to our earthquakes. And I'm trying not to run the stream too late here. I want to try to finish off by 9 p.m. My time. I do need to have that extra time there for food and things. I've been noticing the later I run, the worse I feel. So anyway, 3.5 quake by Ferndale again, and another 2.1 Ferndale Petrolia area. So they're getting a more shaking going on. Thanks, Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And let's see, what else? Little guys along the way here, sliding down the coast and getting into Central America. We don't see too much. But once we get into South America, Peru, another quake there, 4.5. 11:53 was the time on that guy, 10 kilometers down. I think it's more than 10 kilometers down. These other ones around it are a little deeper. Well, maybe it is 10 kilometers down. I don't know. That looks a little shallow to me. Next one is down in Chile, 4.5. And that was from 11:41, 51.2 kilometers down. Next one is in Argentina, 4.4, and that was from 10:23, and that was 237.5 kilometers down. Zooming out, we do have a brand new one on the scale here, and looking at it out in the water, a 4.1 from 1947, fine year apparently. 35 kilometers down for him. And the new one over here in the South Sandwich Island region, a 5.1 from 1800, 35 kilometers down for that guy. So interesting to see that. And we don't see anything there in New Zealand, at least not on this map. So we'll move up a little bit. We've got this one in Tonga area, a 4.5. 7:16 this morning, and that was 134.3 kilometers down. Usually they're deeper there. I'm kind of wondering about that. And of course we have some more action here. Loyalty Island area, 5.2 from 1738, 33.1 kilometers down. And then we'll go to the other one here, also a 5.2. They call that New Caledonia though, although it is pretty much Loyalty Island region as well, from 1548, 10 kilometers down. So awesome. Let's move over and see what else we've got. Next one is just off the coast of Java, and that, let's see how close that is. Well, that's still a little ways, about I don't know, I'd say 10 kilometers off the coast. And that's a 4.8, 1:23 a.m. our time, and 54 kilometers down for him. Here's another one there, Maluka Sea, and that is a 4.7, 8:17, 35.3 clicks down for him. And we see a couple here in Japan. Tokyo is here, and these ones are 4.5 near the coast of Honshu, Japan, 11:08 and 31.8 kilometers down. The other one is a 4.7 from 10:10 a.m. 10 kilometers down. So that is what we've got there. Moving over a little bit more, we see this one in Pakistan, 4.2, 12:06 was the time on that guy. Nothing really major happening with it. And we don't see anything else other than this one here. And that is in Romania, 4.7. 11:26 was the time on that, 5.7 kilometers down. That's again not the first time we've seen quakes in this area, but just a little odd to see them that far north. But not a surprise. It can happen. And how big is this one? Dominica region, Leeward Islands, that's a 4.3 from 12:23, 123.8 kilometers down. The other one is, that is off the coast of Hades, or is it right in Hades? Just right off the coast there, and that is a 4.9, 3:11 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for that. So pretty interesting, and we'll leave that there. Let's go over to Hawaii, and we'll take a look and see what we've got happening there. Some new shakers on Mauna Loa's outskirts, if you will. 1.7 there, and 14:46 was the time on it. 400 meters above sea level. The other one is 2.6, and that one is from 2:31 our time. So take off 3 hours. It's actually yesterday's from 11:31 their time in the evening. 8.6 kilometers down for that one. And yes, for those people who wish, you could use the USGS Hawaii map as soon as bringing up the link for it, if it'll come up. There it is, and it has all kinds of neat sensors showing on there, so that'll help you out if you're interested in keeping up with that. Anyway, we've got a few here. I'm not going to really go too in depth on these. This is 1.8 there. We've got a 1.8 there, another 1.8. This one a little bigger, 2.0. That came in at 20:07 our time, so 17:07 their time, and that's 5:07 p.m. Hawaii time. 35.2 clicks down. The other one here is 2.0 from 10:54 our time. And next one we got over there, 1.8. Not going to worry about it so much. 2.1, 16:48 for him. And we'll grab this one here, 1.9. Yesterday's at 2200 our time, so it would be at 1900 yesterday their time in Hawaii. 1.5 from 4:16. So that's the Pahala region. So we've got a few tremors there, and the stuff around here, though, I'm surprised we're not seeing more underneath Kilauea, but let's check this guy out. 1.8 from 1343, 1.7 kilometers below sea level. So that's a little ways down yet. This one is a 1.8 from 1838 or 1538 Hawaii time, and that is 1 kilometer below sea level. That's the closest that we get to Halemaumau crater. And the next one also a 1.8 from 1529, 4 kilometers below sea level. And then we got these two out here, 1.8 from 1448, 3.9 clicks down, and a 1.7 from 1448, and that is a 5.4 clicks down. So that is kind of it for our earthquakes. I'm going to leave our Canary Islands out today. They're really not doing a heck of a lot there, so let's get over to our SO2 map next, and that is what we'd like to have a look at. I'm just trying to clean up some stuff as we're going along here. SO2 map. Let's go and see what we've got going on there. Pop that over here. And yep, we are still seeing the pluming coming off of the Kamchatka Peninsula. And of course, that big storm they had there, it looks like it's now split into two different systems. Still keeping the air fairly clean. And there we go. We do see some off-gassing here from our wonderful Aleutian Islands, and the possibly from well, I don't know what volcano that would be, but we are seeing some of it. So something is causing it. We'll see what happens in the future. Zooming out a little bit, we'll make this quick. Looks like not bad here in the western portions of Canada. We still see some of the fires. I'm bringing lots of SO2 up north, probably getting a bunch of rain up there, helping us a whole bunch. Moving in here, we see Ontario and Quebec. Right now, that circulation, of course, bringing everything downward. And the smoke that is getting in from the Canadian area here from Quebec and northern Ontario is coming down into the Washington area and places like that. We did have some photos sent in by Scott, and I'm trying to save a couple of them real quick here. V Special, yeah, we'll save them in that folder here. I'll see if I can bring them up and I go from there. So lots of smoke in the area, and let's see if we can show those really quickly on here, if I can find the right buttons to push. Push and pull, and click on there, and let's see, where are they? Started with numbers. Why are they not showing here? Let's see. Where did I save them? I hate when that happens. You save stuff in a hurry and it doesn't want to save them. And it says that they're a different file. No wonder it doesn't want to come up. Okay. An HEIC file. I have no idea what that is. I can see them, and it doesn't want to bring it up, so it won't come up on my software. If you're sending me stuff, PNGs are okay. Other files like JPEGs are fine. But when you're getting into HEIC files, the software won't run that. So it's designed to basically, pardon me, do standard stuff. Unfortunately, Scott, I can't show them. Otherwise, I would. Anyway, that's what we are seeing there. And I do understand the areas there are pretty heavy with smoke. If we look at some of these other shots here, this will give you a pretty good indicator. That is not cloud, that is smoke, and that is in the Washington area from these cameras right there. So pretty nasty stuff. What about this one over here? No, that one won't show it. It's too late at night with some of them, unfortunately, so we won't be able to see much. This one will probably depict a little bit more smoke again, and yeah, it's really grainy, but at least it shows you some of that. So we'll leave that be, and we'll slide down here a little bit more. We understand that a lot of that smoke has been inundated into that area. Looks like it's fairly clear though over in the eastern parts like Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and etc. Even up in Maine looks clear. It's just to the south of that, New Hampshire area and those New York state. definitely getting a bunch of that heavy smoke. Hopefully things will clear for them. And let's see, we have Mexico City and Popocatépetl producing a lot of that. It is still sitting there churning. They haven't had any thunderstorms or anything to change that out and get rid of it out in the water, so pretty dry there. We see those plumes going all the way into the Atlantic Ocean over here, so not so good, but everybody else is producing some SO2 as well. Central America, pretty normal, and looks like our stuff coming from Navido del Ruz, not too light. It's trying to throw on a little bit more. And Sabancaya is responsible for most of this in this area right here. The volcano in Alaska you were wondering about is Mount Veniaminoff. Okay, it last erupted in 2021. It's about time for it to go again. Okay, thanks, Mars. Anyway, we are seeing a little bit heavier stuff coming out of our other volcanoes there. So South America definitely increased in activity. Looking at what we're seeing here, big storm. Well, that storm is moving along, washing out a lot of that SO2 from White Isle volcano. And then, of course, the stuff from Melbourne's refineries and Sydney's coking plants continuing. Tofua still doing its thing. And then you've got Yasur and Gawa and Aoba doing their thing there in Vanuatu. Papua New Guinea looks pretty normal. Luotalak still doing its thing. And then what we see here, Semeru and Merapi are still working really hard. Not so much coming from Jakarta today, but probably increased levels from our wonderful Krakatoa right here. So that will be interesting to see. Kerinci and Marapi doing their thing, and Cinnabung up here throwing its mess all over the place as well. Ibu and Dakono continuing and happy as usual. And then we get up to Mayon and Bulusan and all up here in the Philippines, as well as Manila and places like that, and lots of people pollution in addition to the SO2 being produced by the volcanoes. Pretty normal for China and Taiwan. We do see an extra plume here, and that's Suwanoshi-jima. Moving up a little bit more. Really heavy duty from Sakurajima. ASO, not so bad today, but we do see that area is fairly red. So ASO is still producing quite a bit of SO2. And of course, when we look over here, this darker plume area, that is from Asama. Asama-san doing his thing, or her thing. I think Asama is a male. I have no idea. I haven't checked. And of course, we see our wonderful volcanoes here on the Paramashir Island. And of course, that would be Ibiko. And what's the other one? That is Chikarachki. And then, of course, the stuff from the Kamchatka Peninsula, Shibboleth and Bezimiani, as well as Klyushevskoy and Karimsky. And there we go. And we'll leave those guys be. Pretty heavy there in eastern India. Pretty adorable, really, for those guys. South Africa, yep, still getting the gold plants smelting their stuff, and the DR Congo area doing its thing. Ertael looks like it may have a heavier plume there. I don't know, the circulation may be pushing a little bit more into that area as well from Saudi Arabia. And then, of course, those heavy spots are the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. So moving up to the last one up here, we see that is from our wonderful at Mount Etna, for the most part, is responsible for that. We do see, though, a little bit of a darker tinge right in this area. So Stromboli is there as well. And yep, it's going to be a break time. We don't see anything in Iceland, so we're pretty good that way. Hopefully everything will work out after the break, and we will do the weather. And we are going to go through it very quickly. So we'll do our thing. Thank you, Sue. Don't they call volcanoes she's? I don't know. I don't know, Sue. She, he, like Mount Ruapehu, I think, is a male, isn't it? I have no idea. That'll be the thing. Hang on, let's do that. Where's my thing here? Engage with your audience. Start a poll. We'll see what the community has got to say. There, we'll start a poll. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. Also, if you have not hit that like button, give it a quick bop. And we'll go from there. And I'm going to put you back on the canned lava for right now. And I'm going to take that break. After the break, we'll be back with, we'll check and see what it says there, whether we have a male or female for volcanoes. Here's some music in the meantime. Don't go away. And the microphone is back on Mars 2028. Those spirits inside there, they're called lava workers. I just figured I have to throw that in. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 in Kananaskis country and Sioux. And yeah, we need more rumblings. We need more, what do they call them? Well, the spirits. There we go. And yep, a C&D boy was in and he's out and he's gone. He's back to work, I guess. Anyway, I'll leave that alone. Gonna stop that volcano mid-tracks. There we go. And she's a beauty, isn't she? I have no idea if they're male or female. And that's why I was wondering about the Vulcan, the god of volcanoes. Was a male. So I'm perplexed, I tell you. Yeah, that is what it is. Anyway, let's go over to our weather map and we'll get through that as quick as we can. Looks pretty toasty up there in Alaska, up to 24 degrees Celsius in some places in the interior. Awesome to see that. And that is, of course, bleeding over into the Yukon as well, with border temperatures up to about 20 degrees. We see it's a little cooler there in Northwest Territories, but still the southern areas south of Greater Slave Lake there, still showing up to 20 degrees. British Columbia, not bad. A little cool up in the north, but the northeastern corner and central areas, some heavy-duty sunshine and a lot of warmth in these areas, so awesome to see. 23, 24 in Vancouver over there on the rock. It might be even a little bit warmer there for Bob at about 25 degrees yet. Edmonton coming in at 21, Calgary only about 18. And let's take a look here for Kananaskis country's swift current. Coming in at 21 degrees, not bad. Regina is 24. Winnipeg is sitting at 23, 24 degrees. And even warmer down there where Judy M comes from. Could be up as high as 26. So pretty nice. We see the colder air, though, still coming down from the Hudson's Bay area and getting all around the Great Lakes. So not quite as warm there today. 15 in Toronto, 15, 16. London coming in at about 13. Detroit 15. Chicago sitting at about 16. And that's actually not that bad for this time of day. And you can see around the Great Lakes, looks like some of them are starting to warm up a whole bunch. And not so dark green in color anymore like Superior. Superior's fairly deep though, and it's going to take a lot to warm it up. Anyway, Montreal 14, Quebec City is sitting at about 12, and let's see, we are still seeing that massive circulation over top of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and hopefully they're faring okay. Showing about 10 degrees, 9 or 10 there in Halifax. Cole Harbour, Sue brought that up, about 9, that's not bad. We'll leave that be. Going over, looking at up to 11 over here in Newfoundland, and we do see some colder temps in Labrador, just below freezing in some areas. Looks like portions of Quebec up in the north are warmed up as well, but still seeing some very cold temperatures along the coastal areas. And Sharon Stewart is waving. She's back. Did you take part in the poll up top on the chat box there? There's a poll, not a nasty poll, but just a question. Are volcanoes female? And I don't know how many people have hit that poll. Only 10 votes so far. Let's see if we can get a few more votes, at least 20. Right now it's still a 50-50 chance that they're male or female. Anyway, Portland 25, that is pretty warm. Sacramento is sitting at 17. looks like that heat went north. Eugene even up here is sitting at 28 degrees. That is pretty awesome. San Jose, we see a circulation there. San Jose is 17. LA coming in at 16. Death Valley is about 33 degrees Celsius. We are seeing some temperatures. Well, it looks like I've seen a 34 in there, but that's about it. So not that warm. Mind you, it's already evening time. The sun has set. There's that 34. Las Vegas coming in at 28 right now. That's still not bad, though, for this time of day. 27 at Mexicali, and we go over and see 30 degrees for Arizona Snowman near Phoenix there. And 28 in Tucson. Albuquerque coming in with all kinds of mixed air around them at 19 degrees. Going further south here, looking at Corpus Christi at 26 degrees. 25 in San Antonio. And let's see, we got about 22. So Siggy's got some nice weather there. And we got 23 there in Houston. Austin coming in at 24. Dallas coming in at about 23, 24 as well. Oklahoma City about 22, and again mixed air, so likely some stormy stuff in that area. Little Rock at 25, New Orleans at 24, going down here, Miami sitting at about 26, 27. Orlando coming in about 24, Jacksonville at 25 degrees, Atlanta sitting at about 22, Charlotte, North Carolina, in a bunch of mixed air over there as well. 20 degrees Celsius. Grandma B's house will be about 18 degrees Celsius, or about, what is that, 64, roughly, 63, 64. But mixed air in there, so likely bad weather. 20 in Virginia Beach, Baltimore 21. Philadelphia 21, New York 17, and Boston coming in at 14. Moving on south here, we'll take a look at Cancun real quick, 26 degrees Celsius. Not so hot on the Yucatan Peninsula today. Looking at Acapulco, we got 29, 30 degrees. 30 off the coast, but 29, oh, well, 30 there. All right, that's all good. 18, 19, 20, depending on where you are in Mexico, on the plateau there, Mexico City that is. We are seeing up to 31 degrees there. There's a 33. Looks like Death Valley is still holding it at 34. So pretty awesome. Let's go further south, and looks like not bad temperatures for Colombia. It looks like the jungle cooled off just a little bit. 23 to 25 degrees there in Colombia, with some higher spots, but nothing too crazy. Still seeing about 25, 26 for the most part in the Amazon basin as well. Looking at some of the other places, pretty normal looking. Looks cold here though for some reason. And the rest of Brazil, southern Brazil, not so warm. 19 there in Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, only about 12 degrees. We are seeing a warmer air there in Paraguay and northern portions of Argentina. We do have about 18 there in Buenos Aires. And Paysandú are coming in at about 19 degrees, so a little warmer there as well, and that is awesome. And let's see what we got on New Zealand. Cold but clear. 11 or 10 or 11 in Christchurch, and the other areas here all seem to be single digits. I don't like single digits. They're cold. Wellington 12 degrees, Hastings coming in at about 13 for Hastings, and Taupo coming in about 11 degrees Celsius. Pretty darn cold there. And the Bay of Plenty is plenty cold with only about 16 degrees. Auckland about the same, and on the peninsula only a couple of spots with 17, so nothing really crazy. Tasmania looks a lot warmer today, 15 in Hobart, and that is awesome. Along the coastline, they're seeing 15, 16, up to 20 degrees in some spots right now. So that is awesome. There you go, that 20. And let's take a look at Melbourne is about 15 degrees. Adelaide 19. Sydney sitting at 18, 19. And Brisbane, of course, home of Oz, is sitting at about 20 degrees. And we are seeing about 31, 32 in the northern portions of the outback. There's a 34. And wow, that is almost ties, well, that does tie for the hottest temperature so far. Perth about 14 degrees. I'm going to skip across here. This looks like a nasty storm for those good people in the Kermadec Island region, and it's probably affecting Tonga and the rest of the area as well. Fiji pretty normal, but a little on the cold side. Vanuatu, same kind of an affair. The further north you go, the warmer it gets. And Papua New Guinea looking like they're having a toasty day, and just like normal should be. And Indonesia is doing very warm as well, with 32 degrees in some places in Java and Sumatra, up to about 30 in some spots. Singapore coming in at about 30 right now. Bangkok coming in at about 30, 31. There we go. So yeah, pretty warm. Manila is 31. And here's that new storm, Guchol. Yeah, Guchol. All right, that is what it is. Guchol is doing its thing. And I see another storm over here. By Parajoy, and that's kind of a weird name, but it is sitting there. Hopefully that'll be okay for those people. It is sitting there. That's pretty nasty, but it is a rainy season for there. Let's take a look at a couple of the other places. Sakurajima 25 degrees, and Tokyo sitting at 26, 27. That's pretty awesome. Sapporo up to 20, and we see up the Kamchatka Peninsula up to about 17 I seen there, and well, 16 anyway for now. There's a 17. I knew I seen that. And on the other side, a little bit cooler, single digits for sure. India looking pretty toasty. Delhi right now 30 degrees, and Jakarta coming in at 32. And it looks like they are getting into their season. Madagascar not too bad as far as temperatures look there. 11 to about 13 there in Cape Town. Southern portions of Africa cold, central regions are pretty normal, and then we get into the Sahara Desert, and the Sahara Desert takes over with a high temperature of 35 so far. So they are the winners. And let's see what they got over here on this end. No, it looks like 33 there. Yep, the highest temperatures of that 35 degrees. And that is right in this region here. Ooh, there's a spot with 38. That's cooking. All right. What's happening with the pole? We'll get to the pole in a second, and we'll finish off with this part. So 38 degrees there. So that's pretty hot. And let's take a look at some of the other places here. We're going to skip UAE and all that stuff. Piggy's place, that's important. And she's got 20 degrees Celsius there at her place. And out at Rhodes, they're seeing about 22 degrees. So that is what Piggy's got. And Athens is coming in at about 17. Yep, perfect. Thanks, Sue. That shows 20 exactly. And Redanzo coming in at about 12 or 13. and that should be okay for there, right around Etna. 14. All right, well, that's not bad. Naples is coming in at about 19 right now, 18, 19. Rome about 17, and let's get up to Milano. They've got about 17 as well. Popping over, looking at Madrid, they are starting to warm up in Spain, 19 degrees. Lisbon is sitting at 19 there as well, and Nantes coming in at 17. Paris at 15, going over a little bit, and taking a look at Munich, only 11, and Frankfurt coming in at 14, going up to Cologne, about 17 there. Yvonne Kunkel's house still a little bit on the cool side at only 13, and 13 in Brussels. Amsterdam coming in at 10. Berlin sitting at 16, Hamburg in the cold zone at 11, and we've got 12 in Copenhagen, we've got 7 in Aarhus, going up to Oslo, 13 up there. Stockholm sitting at 11. St. Petersburg is coming in at 11 degrees there. And Moscow coming in at about 12 or 13. Quick peek at England. Just give me a second here. There we go. Okay, so yeah, about 9 degrees in London. Looks like the coastline's slightly warmer. Leeds getting in there about 9. Looks like that circulation is coming in from the northeast, and it's actually taking some of that hot air. That high here really did help, and we are seeing this low doing some nasty stuff. Interesting weather pattern right now, the way that is. Anyway, we do have about 10 there in Dublin, and Doolin on the other side, sitting anywhere from, well, I'd say 11, 12 degrees. Thanks, Sue. And we'll get up to Iceland and see what Reykjavik is at right now. Says 6 degrees, and you found a 5 there. So yeah, it could be somewhere right in that ballpark. A couple of degrees out really doesn't matter. Let's take a look at that precipitation, and we'll see what's going on. Alaska's getting some. They've got a high sitting there, but still a storm. That low is driving that. Here's the Northwest Territories right now. Big thunderstorms up there. Hopefully that'll dip through here and put out those fires up in the north. That would really be nice. We see most of BC and Alberta is clear. Some rain in Saskatchewan, and some storms down on the bottom end here. Around Winnipeg, yep, they've got some thunderstorms happening, the more isolated stuff. I'm assuming that places like Selkirk and that are probably still okay, since I don't know where it actually is. Where's Selkirk? Somewhere in here. There it is. Oh no, they are getting some too. So yeah, they have got some stormy stuff going on there in northern Manitoba, and up in Nunavut, where they likely want Nunavut. And going to the eastern side here, and poor Sue, you know, this system has been sitting here churning away for a couple of days already. I hope you get some relief there, Sue. And we see it up here in Labrador, Quebec, and getting all the way down to New York here, and sitting in Maine, and of course right now it's kind of centered over the eastern portions of PEI and New Brunswick. 30% showers tomorrow. What happened to the other percentage? Actually, yeah, for you, because you're seeing some drier stuff for a little while. Interesting though, lots of stormy activity, and hopefully that'll help with the forest fires there. And looking throughout the United States, we see isolated storms in all kinds of states. We've got Montana, Idaho, we've got Wyoming, and what is it? Um, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico. Yeah, I mean, I could list all the states. But they all have. Washington doesn't have any storms. How about that? That's easier. Um, yeah, just north of LA, they've got a bunch of stuff, and northern portions of um, California definitely do. And I thought there'd be more stormy activity. Well, Albuquerque, we seen all that disturbed air, and there's why. That's this system there. But Texas looks pretty good. A few little spots here and there. Oklahoma, yep, that is pretty normal for them. Hopefully, our wonderful Susie isn't getting nailed too bad there. And the rest of the states are all in the south east are getting small storms, but I'm sure those storms will move over. Grandma B's in the clear right now. We do see some other rain here, Ohio over into Iowa, all the way along there. So hopefully that is all good. And Central America, yep, a big mess from Mexico City all the way down to into the Amazon rainforest. So all cool. Andy Morgan, welcome. And we see Buenos Aires getting a little bit of rain, but nothing over here in Paysandú. So that is all okay for now. We do see the Chilean coastline there getting some bad weather. And looking at New Zealand, yep, they've cleared up a bunch. So a little bit of rain on the northeast side, but other than that, this storm hopefully will progress further to the north and give them some more sunshine even. And looking at the Fiji area, they're getting nailed with a bunch of stuff. Hopefully they'll be okay. Papua New Guinea has got some. Eastern Indonesia, Western Indonesia, Southern Indonesia, and looks like Thailand. And up here in Myanmar, definitely getting nailed. And I thought we just had another storm there, but I guess they had to have another one. Different system, right? The other one dissipated, this one come in, and Ma War was not Ma War anymore. It's now Guchol. Guchol? Looks like lots of rain in the Philippines. Hong Kong has got some rain. Southern portions of Japan, not bad, but it looks like somewhere here in the middle, it kind of cuts off, and the northern part definitely getting some rain. A little bit of snow on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and we see this other storm here, and I'm wondering where that is going to go. Looking at the wind currents, I think it'll likely head on in here somewhere around south of Mumbai, but you never know, and we'll see what happens. And that should be okay for them. South Africa, no rain. South central areas, no rain. Central areas, definitely some rain and storms, like our equatorial storm is back. So, and it goes all the way across. Kind of scarce in here, but I'm sure it'll come back eventually, and that's all the way across here. Looking, whoop, where are we? What happened? We ended up in the wrong continent all of a sudden. Not seeing anything in the Sahara, well, a couple little spots, but nothing major, and looks like nothing over here in those countries a little bit, and the eastern side of Turkey, and I'm not sure what these other countries were, but I'll leave them alone and not worry about it. Here's the stormy stuff in southern Italy. That's why we're having such a hard time seeing Mount Etna, and there it is. And the northern portions of Italy as well are seeing some wonderful thunderstorms, like around Milano and to the west. And here's some rain that is happening there in Spain. Rain in Spain is not really a pain because they need the rain. and looks like even lots of rain there for Portugal, and we see rain in the Canary Islands from this system, and Azores rain, surprise. Looks like France is pretty good. Germany's got some rain there. Looks like Holland and Belgium and Luxembourg are pretty clear. Denmark has got some fog, and northern portions of we see these fjords up here in Norway always getting weather, whether we want to see it or not. Northern part of Sweden and Finland also getting some snow and rain, and then we've got some rain in the southeastern portions of Finland. Looking at Iceland, we'll see. Actually, I missed. Yeah, no rain, nothing over there in England. You're dry. England is dry. And mostly dry here in this place called Iceland as well. We do see 2 areas there that are getting some rain, but other than that, that looks pretty darn good. Some snow, southern portions of Greenland, and of course up here in the north. We don't even want to talk about it. It is what it is. Okay, so let's find our cold temp. And, well, before we do that, let's take a look at the poll. I'm going to end the poll. End of the poll. There we go. We're going to go to the poll end. And are volcanoes female? The majority has spoken. 61% say no. And 38% say yes. And that is 13 votes. I don't know what to say to that. I really don't. It's not a 50-50 split for sure, but they are, and actually, Sue, I do agree with you. There she blows, and that's the old whaling term of watching a whale blow out its air spout. But still, I kind of wonder what's the scoopy. Anyone want to chime in on that? It's interesting. I mean, we do know that Vulcan was a male god, according to the way it was depicted, right? So I don't know what to say there. Anyway, looking for the coldest temperature on the planet. I already found a minus 89, and there's a minus 90. That is a cold, a minus 90 degrees Celsius. All right, so is there anything colder than a minus 90? How about minus 91? Right there. I got it on the screen. A minus 91. Searching for the max cold. Yeah, minus 91 is too cold. Yeah. Let's see. Is there a minus 92 in that spot? No, minus 91 for sure. Anything else over here? It's a tropical with only minus 70, right? Yeah, and seeing that whole area minus 70 something. That is a cold. Anyway, that is what we're seeing, you guys. So interesting, and minus 91. I'm going to leave it as that, and say thank you everyone for being here. Searching for the cold? Okay, it's too bad Siggy isn't here. He'd probably know a lot about the Vikings, what the Vikings believed about the volcanoes, Dr. Fox. He would be able to answer the question when he comes in the canned lava. Yeah, we'll have to see. And yep, it's a tie for today, and that is pretty cool. Or yeah, cold, not just cool. It's cruel. 91 degrees below 0 in Celsius is too cold for me. Okay, way too cold. I really recall that somewhere Iceland, the cone slash a shield is a female, where the top of the lava comes out is a male. Huh. Sharon, are you saying they're um, like kind of like morphodites or something? I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. I know that's not the best thing to do. But yeah, time to load up the Starship. You bet. It is time to wrap it up, you guys. So I want to say thank you, everyone, for being here. Gender neutral. I guess we can do that. That's probably safest with neutrality on our side. And I certainly hope that is okay. All right, let's see if we can get over to our canned lava, and we'll see what. Yeah, we'll let that wrap up. I want to say a big thank you first off to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, of course, for supplying the bacon seeds all the time, and of course also to our wonderful Bob, C&D boy, as well as Gary, 24/7 Live. He's at Skies, and Siggy. He is a mod after all. Thank you, Siggy, for being here, and thanks for popping in. I just wish the guy would show up a little more often. And that is all good. And thanks also Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles. Thanks for being in the background there somewhere. And on those friendly notes, I also want to say a thank you to Irish Monk for the wonderful super chats, the two of them, as well as I want to say a big thank you to Sharon Stewart for her very generous gift pack of 10 gifts that she threw out there. And hopefully everyone is enjoying those. So that is good for right now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the support. Thank you to all of you that are in here, because without you guys, this, of course, would not be happening. So thank you, everyone, for being here, and glad that we have a lava family that's still hanging together, and that is absolutely awesome. On those friendly notes, though, it is time for me to wrap it up. I got to get to the store real quick, and then I got to go back here and get some supper. I need food. Need food. Anyway, be good, you guys. Take care of yourselves. Thanks again, everyone, and all the best. And only one thing left to add on my behalf. Please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night. Take care and good night, and oink oink.